Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Hopkinton High School for Hopkinton Hillers Varsity Baseball on HCAM. And today, in the Rich Pedroli Memorial Classic Championship, the Hopkinton Hillers take on the Franklin Panthers. And we are just moments away from the start of this game. There you see the two coaches going over ground rules, and they want to get this game started as soon as possible. And as you've probably noticed, very questionable weather we've been having, and we just had a downpour moments ago, so we have a bit of a different setup tonight. But we should be a little more prepared than last night because we were ready for the rain today. And originally it wasn't supposed to rain. It looked like it was going to be a clear day, but of course at this time of year, Mother Nature largely unpredictable. But in any case, we are just about ready to go here in this championship game, and it should be a good one. The Hillers had an absolute classic last night as they took the victory over Natick. It was an 8-3 Hiller lead heading into the top of the seventh. And then the Natick Bats came alive. A couple walks were given up by the Hillers, and Natick ended up tying the game at 8 apiece, and that would be the score heading in to the bottom of the seventh. But the Hillers, well, they did it again. Unbelievable walk-off. James Hayward would hit a single to get on base. And then a bit later, Nick Pedroli tattooed a ball into right field to drive Hayward around for the game-winning run. And the Hopkinton Hillers would take the victory 9-8. And right now they're going to do, looks like maybe an introduction and the anthem. So let's tune in to the field and we'll pick up the PA audio. It's Hopkinton Hillers baseball on HCAM.
Now to provide the ceremonial first pitch, Sister Glory.
And there you have it, a nice ceremony for this Rich Pedroli Memorial Championship game as the Franklin Panthers set to take on the Hopkinton Hillers. Franklin is 12-9 overall. Hopkinton Hillers 13-7. Franklin has taken the field. Hopkinton will be coming up. So stick around. You are tuned in to Hopkinton Hillers Varsity Baseball on HCAM. This program is brought to you in part by TVLSports.net. You can view the standings, stories, pictures, highlights, and more about the 12 teams in the Tri-Valley League at TVLSports.net. TVLSports.net is an independent news and media website reporting on the TVL and is not associated with the MIAA, Tri-Valley League, or any town or school. Welcome back into Hopkinton High School. We are just about ready to get things started. Jack Sullivan is on the hill for the Franklin Panthers. And as you can tell, Franklin has taken the field. So Hopkinton is going to be the road team for this tournament game. Franklin is the defending champions from last year, so they get that home advantage in the championship game. So the Hillers will start things off in the top of the first. And a correction about the pitcher there for Franklin. That is DJ Silverstein, who is getting the start, number 11 for the Franklin Panthers. So DJ Silverstein on the hill. And we are just about ready to get this game started. Well, I'd like to say it's a nice day, and sometimes it is a pretty nice day. But we have got a mix of all kinds of wild weather. We've had a little bit of rain. We've had, well, actually a lot of rain. Good downpour just before the game started as the teams were warming up, but it has cleared up for now. There is pop-up showers all over the place, so we'll see what happens with that. But in any case, we're under a nice tent and hopefully a little more protected than we were last night. We had good protection last night, but we moved a little more towards the middle of the tent to get a little less wet, because we certainly want to do our best to keep the equipment dry. But we are happy to be bringing you this Daily News Classic tournament. What a great event it is. 4 terrific teams have taken part. You saw Lincoln Sudbury and Natick in the preliminary game. And it was Natick taking the 8-5 win in that game. So Silverstein set to deliver the first pitch of the game. And that is Mitch Simulus leading off for the Hillers. First pitch, a ball. And this is going to be over to short. Throw over, and they will not get the out. It pulled the, or actually they will indeed get the out, so one away. Oh, close play there. Nearly pulled the first baseman off the bag. But they do indeed get the out. Now we have Nick Pedroli stepping to the plate. And Denise is thankfully going to be back to help with camera. But for right now, it is me running the show. And she was kind enough to do one of the games yesterday on that rainy day. And the game this morning. And she's so kind that she said she'll be back for the game this afternoon. But she had a few things to take care of. But for now, that's okay. I'll do my best to bring you the video and the broadcast of the game. And there's a strike. So correction on my part. We had Dylan Ruff who led off for the Hillers, and I'm filling in the lineups as I go. Since we didn't have an opportunity to get down there, we had to make some adjustments to the equipment. Throw to first. And that is going to pull the first baseman off the bag and be a base hit. So a nice hit for Pedroli, the hero from last night, who had that walk-off hit for the Hillers to lead them in the victory over Natick. And now we got Mitch Simulus stepping to the plate. Mitch Simulus, the three-hitter, and he takes a strike there. And checking at first, runner slides back safe. Yeah, I heard a big boom off in the distance, hoping it wasn't thunder. Wind up and the pitch. There's a strike to Simulus. That's going to make it an 0-2 count. Silverstein set to deliver, takes a look at first, slight lead by the runner. And that pitch got away. And the wet conditions, it's going to make that baseball slippery. Pedroli advancing to second. So Pedroli advances on the wild pitch. Hillers with a runner in scoring position. 1-2 count, one out. And we'll see if that pesky rain stays away the rest of the day. But you never know. Certainly a little bit unpredictable out there today. Silverstein set to deal. And a check swing there. He held for ball two. And that pitch outside. Full count now. Set to deliver. And the walk is drawn. So that is going to put 2 on for the Hillers. Now you got Calmahan coming to the plate. Calmahan, catcher for the Hillers. Check it at second, runner back safe. And that rain's starting up again. It's just all day. It is start then stop for this rain. And there is a strike. 0-1. On and off rain all day long. And we'll see if it'll be like that all game long. Supposedly, it is supposed to clear up at 3, but so around 3 o'clock, but they said that earlier and it didn't really clear up, so we're a little unsure if it actually will or not. Silverstein, a junior for Franklin, delivers. And it is a ball, 2-1. And this is hit in the air over to center field and caught. Runners will stay put. A quick throw in by the center fielder to keep the runners at bay. 2 away in the inning. And it's Cole Sidwell in center field for Franklin. Stepping in, Michael Sullivan. There's a strike. Went up and the pitch. And did he go? I believe he did. Yes, he did. 0-2. Time called by the hitter. And that is going to be a walk. So it's going to be bases loaded for the Hillers. He was hit by the pitch. And the Hillers in business. Pedroli at third, Simulus at second, Sullivan at first. And now Andrew Bauschman to the plate. And the first pitch to Bauschman is a ball. Two and oh now. And he is going to get a piece of this over to the second baseman. They get the out at first, and that is all they need for the third out. So despite the fact that the Hillers load the bases, no harm done, and we'll head on to the bottom of the first on HCAM. HCAM programming is supported by our viewers, thank you, and by Phipps Insurance Agency, representing companies such as MapFree Insurance. Their family-owned independent agency is deeply rooted in the communities they serve and offer time-tested insurance products to fit individual needs. Since 1950, Phipps Insurance specializes in home, auto, business, condo, and renters insurance. All right, folks, we are ready for the bottom of the first, and good news, Denise Santaki has arrived, so I do not have to multitask, as she will, as always, do a terrific job on the camera. Well, I could focus on the happenings of the game. Jack Sullivan, the shortstop, leads things off for Franklin. On the hill for the Hillers, it is Dylan Ruff as he is set to deliver the first pitch of the bottom of the first. And it's in there for a strike. Well, I think the Hillers, they used a lot of pitchers last night, so they're probably hoping Ruff could go a good distance as that's fouled off. And we'll get you the Franklin lineup and the Hiller defense in just a moment. The 0-2. And just a tad low, says the umpire. 1-2. So you got Jack Sullivan, the shortstop, leading things off for the Franklin Panthers. Zach Weiner, the second baseman, hits second. Sean Kryzik, the right fielder, hits third. DJ Silverstein, the pitcher, hits cleanup. Owen Panini, left fielder, hits fifth. Cole Sidwell, center fielder, hits sixth. And that's a ball. Ryan Conley, first baseman, hits seventh. Drake McAlpine, the third baseman, hits eighth. And Joey Godwin, the catcher, hits ninth for the Panthers. Ruff looks in and is set to deal. Oh, I think he hit him, and he did. So Sullivan gets the free pass to first base, and that'll bring up Zach Weiner, the second baseman. And players out there, I think, having a little fun. I think some of the teammates of Jack Sullivan on Franklin were having a laugh at that one. But it's a badge of honor to get hit by a pitch and get the opportunity to go down to first base. That pitch outside. is ball 2. Checking at first, and runner back safe. Let's take you through the Hiller defense. Still in rough on the hill. Kelmahan is the catcher. Mitch Simulus at first base. At second base, Dan Davenport. Gabe Cafazzo, the shortstop. Andrew Bauschman at third base. From left to right, James Hayward, Nick Pedroli, Zach Stacy, as that one's fouled away. 2-1. Working from the stretch. And another walk there. Well, Ruff having a little bit of a hard time finding the strike zone early on in this one, and that will bring up Sean Kryzik. Well, Dylan Ruff will be heading to St. Anselm next year. Checking that second runner back safe. He's having a good season with the bat, 357 average, 10 steals, so certainly something to watch out for in this game. He could come in big as well with the bat, as this is hit up the middle, throw to first. They get the out, but the job is done as he does advance the runners. A 1-3 ground out. Sullivan moving to third, Weiner to second, DJ Silverstein to the plate. Well, that's what Franklin wants to do, get those runners in scoring position. And try to get in the books early. Ruff has thrown 31 innings coming into this tournament on the season, a 1.35 ERA, 24 strikeouts, and has given up just 5 walks, but already 2 here today. So some rare issues finding the strike zone from Ruff, but we'll see if he could straighten it out. 2 on, 1 out. And there's a strike. 0-2. Well, this Franklin team, they could hit the ball as well. Very good offensive team. They could put up a lot of runs. Ruff takes a look at second and delivers up high. 1-2. And that's fouled away. And a correction on the hitter. We got Patrick Louisi, who is batting in the pitcher spot, so he's the DH. Ruff working from the stretch. Leg lift and the pitch. And that grabs the outer corner for strike 3. 2 away. Got him looking. And that'll bring up Owen Panini. Well, Owen Panini had a nice day yesterday with the bat against Natick. There's a strike. Or it was Lincoln Sudbury, rather, for Franklin. Hopkinton took down Natick. Hillers do have some warm-up action. Getting loose, they got Travis Rich. We'll see if they go committee style again. I'd like to see Ruff pitch a few innings. He's been pretty effective as a starter, and he tends to get better as the game goes on. But we'll see what they decide to do. Swing and a miss. And that will make the count 1-2. Set to deliver, takes a look at second, leg lift, and the pitch outside. 2-2. Well, since the rain has gone away, at least for now, pretty nice day out there. Slight breeze, temperatures in the low 60s. Leg lift and the pitch. And this is hit in the air, foul territory, and out of reach. Look out, cars and fans. Good turnout for today's game. A lot of fans bringing their beach chairs, sitting along the foul lines. I'm sure we got a good Franklin crowd as well, and certainly much nicer conditions than yesterday. I wish it was even a little more nicer, but I'll take this over yesterday any day. This is driven into right field. That's going to get down for a hit. One run is in. Here comes another throw home, not in time, and it's a 2 RBI single for Owen Panini. Franklin strikes first. Jack Sullivan and Zach Weiner around to score. And a nice piece of hitting there. And there's going to be a little conversation as Coach Anderson comes out to talk with Ruff and give him some words of wisdom. Cole Sidwell set to step to the plate, the center fielder. Well, Franklin looking to repeat as Rich Pedroli tournament champions. Checking at first, and they got him. So Panini picked off. Oh, wait a minute. Did they change it? I think they might have changed the call. All right. Nope, they did not get him. So he is back at first. Initially called out by the first base umpire. I believe it was the infield umpire that ruled him safe. Oh, that was close. Did that nick him? Well, apparently not. He's stepping back in the batter's box. Oh, Ruff loves to test the corners and throw that inside heat. And time called. New baseball for the pitchers. The count now 2-1. That was bunted foul, the last pitch. Working from the stretch, set to deliver the 2-1. Checking at first, runner back safe. Now keep in mind, for those you may be a little confused out there, Franklin is the home team for this game. So this is indeed the bottom of the first. Wind up and the pitch, and that is fouled away. Look out. He almost hit his teammate on deck. And Ryan Conley just able to dive out of the way. That was a close call. 2-2 the count. And that pitch a little inside, says the umpire. It's going to fill up the count. Set to deal. And the walk drawn. Two on, two outs for Franklin, who has already recorded a pair of runs this inning. Ryan Conley stepping to the plate. That pitch a little high, 1-0. Well, Dylan Ruff has already thrown 28 pitches in this inning. And the warm-up action continues for the Hillers. Travis Rich getting loose, and perhaps we'll see him next inning. Swing and a miss. Well, the Hillers always like to have somebody ready just in case. And just because you see him warming up doesn't mean you'll necessarily see him next inning. They may give Dylan Ruff another inning to see if he could straighten out a little bit. Wind up and the pitch. Fouled into the backstop. 1-2 the count. Working from the stretch. And a nasty breaking ball there for strike three. And he gets out of it. But Franklin plates a pair, and they lead it 2-0 as we head to the top of the second. And this Rich Pedroli Daily News Classic Championship game live on HCAM.
Bay Path may have outgrown its space, but not its mission. We need your help to build a new facility that matches our capabilities and dedication. Join us and help ensure we can continue to provide exceptional care and find loving homes for animals for years and years to come. Thank you.
Top of the second inning. Hillers coming back up to the plate. Hoping to get something going after Franklin plated a pair. Wind up and the pitch, and this is driven in the air, and that is going to be a foul ball. That will make the count 0-1 on Zach Stacy. And we'll fill you in on the Franklin defense and the Hiller lineup in just a moment. Ooh. And got out of the way of that one, 1-1. There's a strike. 1-2. So it was Dylan Ruff, the pitcher, leading off for the Hillers. Nick Pedroli, center fielder, hitting second. Mitch Simulus, first baseman, hitting third. Kel Mahan, catcher, hitting cleanup. Michael Sullivan, DH, hitting fifth. Windup and the pitch, and this is up the middle, and that's going to trickle into center field. A nice piece of hitting for Zach Stacy, and he's been hitting the ball well. And that'll bring up Gabe Cafazzo, the shortstop. Continuing on with the batting order, hitting sixth is Andrew Bauschman, the third baseman. Zach Stacy, right fielder, hits seventh. Gabe Cafazzo, shortstop, hits eighth. James Hayward hits ninth, and he is playing left field. Silverstein set to deliver. And it's a bunt. And that's going to be a strike, 0-1. For Franklin, defensively, you got DJ Silverstein on the hill. Joey Godwin is the catcher. Ryan Conley at first base. Zach Weiner, the second baseman. Jack Sullivan at shortstop. Drake McAlpine, the third baseman. Left to right, Owen Panini, Cole Sidwell, and Sean Kryzik is your right fielder. Wind up and the pitch. And that is going to be a strike, 0-2. Silverstein takes a look at first, and he's going to check in. He slides back safe. Top of the second inning, a 2-0 Franklin lead. Swing and a miss. There's strike three. One away. That'll bring up James Hayward. Well, James Hayward, he played a big role last night, had a couple big hits, and ended up scoring the winning run in the bottom of the seventh off that Pedroli knock to right field. And Hayward went 2 for 4 last night, 2 RBIs and 2 runs. And this is up the left side, glove by the third baseman, throw to first, and they got him. 5-3 for out number 2. Zach Stacy advances to second. Correction. No, that is indeed Stacy at second. Okay. Got a little confused there for a moment as the rain starts again. Rain tends to confuse me at times, folks. Especially when you're watching baseball and it's raining pretty good out there. I can't say I've seen too much baseball in the pouring rain we had yesterday. Dylan Ruff at the plate, top of the order, and he drills this one. That's going to land in right center. And here comes Zach Stacy around to score, and that's an RBI double for Dylan Ruff. A nice knock right into the gap in right center. And the Hillers on the scoreboard as it starts to rain pretty heavily. And that is going to bring up Nick Pedroli. Pedroli singled already in this game, last inning. Now wind starting to blow as well. And he gets a piece of this one right side. And that is going to leave the ballpark. See you later. A 2-run blast. Nick Pedroli goes yard. Nick Pedroli just on an absolute tear. Absolutely crushes it past the right field fence for a 2-run homer. And the Hillers have taken the lead. What an absolute beauty that was by Pedroli. And he is just on fire. I think he likes playing in the rain. Mitch Simulus stepping to the plate. And it's a bunt. Foul. I think Pedroli wants to have more games in the rain with the way he's been hitting the ball the last couple of days. And that is his second home run of the season. As the rain starts to become a little more heavier now. And this is up the left side, glove by the third baseman, throw to first. And it's just in time, 5-3 for out number 3. But the Hillers plate 3 runs in the top of the second. It was a single to start things off by Stacy. Dylan Ruff drove him in with a double, and then a 2-run blast by Nick Pedroli to make it a 3-2 Hiller lead as we head to the bottom of the second on HCAM. Bottom of the second inning, 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up for Franklin. Drake McAlpine, the third baseman, starts things off. Ruff still in there as a pitcher. He's going to hit this one in the air to right field, and it's caught for the out. So nice catch there for Zach Stacy, 1 away. And Joey Godwin, the catcher, set to step to the plate. Yeah, that rain just continuing to pour heavily. But they have played right through it. I mean, we had all kinds of rain yesterday, and they played right through it. So I think they're willing to play through pretty much anything to get this tournament in. One out. We are in the bottom of the second. Franklin, the home team here in this game for the Pedroli tournament. Wind up and the pitch, down low. A 1-1 count. Yeah, and they're going to be drying off some baseballs with this rain. And you're going to see quite frequently the pitcher getting a new baseball. And that's outside. 2-1. Well, you wonder with the come and go showers that if it gets much heavier than this, if maybe they'll head to the dugout and wait it out. But for now, they're playing on. Leg lift and the pitch, and there you go. It slipped out of his hand, and that's going to be a frequent issue in these kinds of conditions. It's certainly going to make finding that strike zone a little more difficult for both pitchers. And that's why you see Ruff probably working a tad slower than he normally does. And this is going to trickle up the right side, flip to Ruff, and he'll tag the bag. A 3-1 ground out for out number 2. And that will bring up Jack Sullivan. Leadoff man in the Franklin batting order. Swing and a miss there, 0-1. Wind up and the pitch, a swing and a miss, 0-2. Oh, looks like Ruff maybe finding his groove a little bit. Well, the come and go rain has stopped once again for now. But it seems to stop for a minute and then pick right back up. So we'll see what happens. That pitch outside, 1-2. You know, Sullivan was hit by a pitch last inning. Ended up scoring one of the 2 Franklin runs. A swing and a miss there, and that'll wrap up the second inning. We are heading to the third with the Hillers on top of Franklin, 3-2 on HCAM.
Saturday morning cartoons are back. Every Saturday at 8 a.m., HCAM's Toon Time has an hour of classic cartoons, from Betty Boop to Superman to Popeye to Bugs Bunny and more. You'll see your old favorites and discover new ones. So tune in to Toon Time, Saturdays at 8, and start your weekend off with a laugh.
Top of the third inning. Due up for the Hillers, Kelmahan, the catcher. He flew out in his last plate appearance back in the first inning. DJ Silverstein out there to continue on for Franklin. Set for the 1-0. And this is hit in the air towards center field and caught for the out, one away. And that'll bring up Michael Sullivan, the DH. Sullivan, good power hitter for the Hillers, could really drive the ball. Wind up and the pitch. And that is a tad low. Oh, they called a strike. In there for a strike, 0-1. He winds and deals. And this is going to be hit up the left side. Picked up by the third baseman. Throw to first. They get the out. 5-3, 4 out number 2. And that'll bring up Andrew Bauschman. Well, the dangerous part of this Hiller batting order has really been the bottom with Zach Stacy, James Hayward especially, and you're coming close to that part of the order. We'll see if Bauschman could get something started. He's hit the ball relatively well lately as well. Wind up and the pitch. There's a bunt, and it's going to go up the left side, but foul. And that'll make it a 0-2 count. Well, some ominous-looking clouds off in the distance kind of moving around, but on the other side, clear blue skies. So, the sun peeking out. And that's really the way it's been all day. A little rain, a little sunshine, a downpour, back to a little sunshine, back to a downpour. A wild weather day, to say the least. 1-2 the count. Wind up and the pitch. And this is hit in the air, right side out of play. Ooh, did not sound good. A lot of cars parked along that street there. And you also had the Team Hoyt 5K today, so perhaps some of those cars from the Team Hoyt folks. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss, but it got away from the catcher, and nope, they're going to call him out. Or are they? Or they're going to call a foul, looks like. They're going to say you got a piece of it. All right, 1-2 the count. So they say got a little piece of it to stay alive. And this is up the left side, foul. Wind up and the pitch, and a swing and a miss. And that is going to wrap up the inning. And we are heading to the bottom of the third with the Hillers leading Franklin 3-2 on HCAM. Bottom of the third inning as the home team today, Franklin, stepping to the plate. Starting things off, you got Zach Weiner, the second baseman. Dylan Ruff remains in there, his third inning of work, a swing and a miss there. 0-1 the count. Well, after this, both of these teams will be heading to the MIA state tournament to get things started, and both of them a pretty good shot at a home game or two as well, as there's a strike. 0-2. Well, here's the sun peeking out. Leg lift and the pitch, and this is hit up the left side. That's going to trickle into left field for a single by Weiner. And that'll bring up Sean Kryzik, the right fielder. And this is hit in the air, right side foul out of play. Well, Sean Kryzik, he has 17 runs scored coming into this tournament. And this is around the part of the Franklin batting order you really want to be careful of. And he's going to put this into right field. That's going to be a base hit. And it's going to be a pair aboard for the Panthers. And that is going to bring up Pat Louisi, dangerous hitter for Franklin, hitting a .377 on the season. And he has 23 hits, all singles, and a team-high 21 RBIs. He's looking for some RBIs right here. And he turns towards second, runner slides back. It's 2 on, no outs for Franklin. Leg lift and the pitch, and that's bunted foul. Working out of the stretch is rough. Leg lift and the pitch. And this is going to be a bunt. Up the middle, throw to first. They get the out. But the runner's pushed up. That's what they wanted to do there. Kind of a sacrifice ground out as Weiner moves up to third. Kryzik to second. Owen Panini coming up to the plate. One away in the inning. Yeah, these two teams, they know how to manufacture runs. They play a lot of small ball. A pitch inside, 1-0. Kelmahan threatening to throw down. Set to deliver, and this is hit foul at a play right side. 1-1. And he gets a piece of this one. Slow roller up the middle, flips it home. And he doesn't get the out. The run scores. Throw to second, runner taking off. And he's safe as well. So Owen Benetti gets the job done. Little tap up the middle. And Franklin ends up tying the game. They're going to score that officially, a reach on an error. Cole Sidwell at the plate. And he's going to bunt. And the runner from third was trying the suicide squeeze there. But it was foul. He'll go back. And there you go. Small ball manufacturing runs. Franklin very good at it. Cole Sidwell has 13 hits and 13 runs scored on the season. And was able to poke around and get some of the Franklin stats. Couldn't get the whole slate, but got some good ones. There's that pitch in there for a strike, 0-2. From the stretch is rough. And this is up the middle, and that is into center field. And Franklin is going to send a second runner home. The throw home, and they got him. So they get the go-ahead run, but they get the out now to second. With Sidwell taking off, they will not get him. So Sidwell has an RBI single, advances to second on the throw. Kryzik scores. Panetti thrown out. And now you got Ryan Conley to the plate. Well, it looks like dark clouds moving in again. We'll see if that brings some more rain. That pitch in there for a strike, grabs the outer corner. And he'll turn towards second. Runner slides back. And he's got to be careful. You don't want to get a balk call. That was a little close for comfort. So it's runner on second, 2 outs. Swing and a miss there. And the throw to third, runner taking off, and he's safe. So dangerous steal by Sidwell, but he gets there. 0-2 the count. I'll tell you, watching this Franklin team, they play a lot like Hopkinton. Small ball wise, just trying to manufacture runs and taking risks on the base paths. And both lineups have a lot of speed. And some good bats as well. They make a lot of contact. 1-2 the count. Set to deliver. And that's fouled away, and that was towards the Franklin bench. Look out. Well, there's a reason they got the fence in front of the benches. Runner on third, 2 outs. Lineup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he got him for out number 3. But the Panthers plate a pair, and they lead it 4-3 as we head to the top of the 4th on HCAM. top of the fourth inning. And yes, it is indeed the top of the fourth. Hillers the away team in this Richard Pedroli Memorial Classic Championship game. This tournament usually takes place in Natick at Mahan Field. Beautiful facility, but was moved to the turf due to the copious amounts of rain we've had as Zach Stacy steps in to face Silverstein. Wind up and the pitch. And he drives this one in the air. That'll drop into center field. Nice piece of hitting to start things off, and he took a turn towards second, but rightfully heads back. And that's going to bring up Gabe Cafazzo. Zach Stacy just continuing to hit the ball really well. He is 2 for 2 today, was 2 for 4 yesterday. And he has had a nice tournament. Yeah, this part of the order, it's been dangerous for the Hillers, so Franklin needs to be on their toes here. And it's going to be a bunt up the line, and is it foul or fair? Let's see. And they do indeed call foul. It looked like there was some debate. Here comes and they called him out, so they actually called Cafazzo out on that bunt attempt. So they said, I think that there was 2 strikes and a rolled foul, so that's the call there. And we're a good distance away where we set up for these games, so sometimes we can't hear the on-field communication. But in any case, it is James Hayward at the plate with a runner on first and 1 out. Here's the 0-2 check-in at first, and a runner slides back safe. And the runner from first taking off, and they got him. Caught stealing is Stacy. 2 away. Well, I don't know why you want to do that if you're the Hillers. You got James Hayward at the plate. He's been pretty hot at the plate. That could be a rally killer for the Hillers. Leg lift and the pitch. Swing and a miss. And they get the strikeout. So that's going to end the inning. And we are heading to the bottom of the fourth. Franklin leading 4-3 on HCAM.
Bay Path may have outgrown its space, but not its mission. We need your help to build a new facility that matches our capabilities and dedication. Join us and help ensure we can continue to provide exceptional care and find loving homes for animals for years and years to come. Thank you.
Bottom of the fourth inning, 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for the Panthers of Franklin. As Drew McAlpine set to step in. It is a 4-3 Franklin lead. First pitch to McAlpine is in there for a strike. Tom Nappy, happy to be with you on the call. Denise Untaki on camera. It's been a fantastic but rainy Rich Pedroli Memorial Tournament. A swing and a miss there. But certainly glad that these four fantastic teams got a chance to play some baseball over the Memorial Day weekend. Set for the 0-2 pitch. And this is a trickler up the right side. Takes a couple hops, picked up by the second baseman. Little flip to first. Not a problem. 4-3 for out number one. Now Joey Gogwin, the catcher, due up. Wind up and the pitch. There's a strike, 0-1. Set to deliver. And that is going to be outside, 1-1. Well, Dylan Ruff has thrown 64 pitches now. And that one outside, 2-1. Gogwin grounded out his last time up. Little low there, 3-1. Well, DJ Silverstein, who's pitching today for Franklin, he's thrown 42 2/3 of an inning this season, 1.48 ERA. But the Hiller bats have given him a little bit of trouble at times, but Franklin currently leading. Full count now on Gogwin. Leg lift and the pitch, and he got him. Swing and a miss, out number 2. And that will bring up top of the order, Jack Sullivan, the shortstop. Well, how about Dylan Ruff today, strikeout-wise? Has 5. Wind up in the pitch. Yeah, that pitch had some movement, but not the movement he liked. 1-0. And that's knocked foul, 1-1. Set to deliver. And this is up the right side. Bobbled by the second baseman. Picks it back up. Throws the first. Gets the out. 1, 2, 3, they go. And we will head to the top of the 5th, top of the Hiller order, coming up next on HCAM. Top of the 5th inning as the Hillers coming up to the plate. Dylan Ruff to start things off, top of the order. Dylan Ruff, Nick Pedroli, Mitch Simulus due up. So the Hillers hope to get something going, trailing by 1. In the Rich Pedroli Daily News Classic Championship game. Wind up and the pitch. That rain's starting up a little bit again. It's been on and off all day long. Well, besides the first game for the most part, there wasn't rain, but then towards the end, towards the 6th inning, it started to rain pretty significantly. And this game, they've had a bit more rain than that first game. Here's the 1-1. And that is hit foul up the left side. Dylan Ruff hitting a .361 on the season, .474 on base percentage. Wind up and the pitch, and that's fouled away. Ruff also has 5 doubles, 3 triples to his credit, 13 RBIs, and 18 runs on the season. Here's the 1-2. And that's foul up the left side towards the Hopkinton bench. Look out. And here comes another downpour. Just in the nick of time. We had a little sunshine, so now it's rain time. 10 minutes of sunshine, 10 minutes of downpour. Inside, 2-2. Well, the good news is supposedly tomorrow the rain's going to be gone. Supposedly. We'll take that with a grain of salt, however, with the way this weekend has gone so far. Full count now. Good news is, supposedly tomorrow the rain's going to be gone. Supposedly. Wind up and the pitch. And a swing and a miss. Throw down to first, and they got him. So a strikeout there to start the top of the 5th. Now Nick Pedroli, the always dangerous Nick Pedroli coming to the plate. Nick Pedroli has singled and homered today. And he is hitting a .414 on the season with a .532 on base percentage. And he's going to bunt. Foul. I think we're seeing more bunts than you usually see, too, because of the rainy conditions. Makes the baseball slippery, tough to make a throw or a play on, especially when you got to throw across the diamond. A lot of those throws we've seen, especially in the rainy conditions, get away. A pitch outside, 1-1. Silverstein set to deliver. And that one's low. 2-1. As the rain continues to pick up once again. Line up and the pitch. And this is up the right side. Glove by the second baseman. Throw to first. They get the out. That's out number 2. Mitch Simulus to the plate. Mitch Simulus, 0 for 1 today with a walk. Simulus having a great season with the bat. .429 batting average overall. Or correction, that was Michael Sullivan's batting average. Simulus is at a .315 batting average. But get this, and 500 on-base percentage. Team leader in on-base percentage. Wind up and the pitch. Actually, he is second on the team behind Michael Sullivan, who has a .516 on-base percentage. The 0-1. Hit high in the air, right side. And there's a little bit of sun to contest with, but he makes the catch. And you saw Sean Kryzik make that catch and kind of ducked his head down after. And there was a little sunshine, as it is pretty much a sun shower going on right now. But he's able to battle it out and make the out. And we will head to the bottom of the 5th on HCAM. HCAM Sports is supported by our viewers and by the Dentist at Hopkinton. The Dentist at Hopkinton provides services including comprehensive dental care, same-day crowns, facial aesthetics, periodontal care, cosmetic dentistry, and implant dentistry. The Dentist at Hopkinton is located at 77 Main Street and online at hopdent.com. We are set for the bottom of the 5th inning. Dylan Ruff out there for another inning of work. 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up for Franklin. And the Panthers of Franklin, I'm sure, would like to add some insurance after seeing what the Hillers did last night to Natick. But was a 8-3 Hiller lead heading into the final inning. Natick ties it at 8. And then the Hillers in the bottom of the 7th. A walk-off base hit by Nick Pedroli to drive in James Hayward. Sent the Hillers to the Daily News Classic Championship with a 9-8 win over a very good Natick team. Wind up and the pitch. There's a strike. 1-1. Weiner is 1 for 1 with a walk. He's also scored a pair of runs today. And he rips this one into left field. That's going to be a base hit. And he's aboard with a single to start things in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring up Sean Kryzik. Sean Kryzik having a decent day as well. 1 for 2 with a single, and he has scored a run as well. All the runs for Franklin in this game have been scored by the top 3 in the batting order. Wind up and the pitch. Hit in the air, foul out of play. Whew, just missing some cars. There's warm-up action continuing for the Hillers. In case Ruff shall run into any struggles, Travis Rich back up and throwing. Down low. That one got away from him. 1-1. Runner on first, no outs. Dangerous part of the order for Franklin. And this is hit in the air, right side, foul out of play. 1-2 the count. Set to deliver. Swing and a miss. And he got him. 1 away. Well, that is strikeout number 6 for Dylan Ruff. Pat Luisi at the plate, the DH. And he is going to put this one up the right side. They throw to second and get the out. Kind of a risky play there, but it pays off. 2 away. They get the lead runner, so Luisi reaches on the 4-6 fielder's choice. And now Owen Panini coming to the plate. That was a good play over at second base by Ryan Lang. And there's a strike to start things off on Panini. Runner on first, 2 outs, set for the 0-1. Inside. 1-1 the count. Checking at first. Ooh, that was close. They got him. Picked off is Weiner, and what a pickoff throw by Dylan Ruff. And he just whipped that over to first base and snagged him for the out. And just like that, we're heading to the top of the sixth. Hillers with some work to do. They trail Franklin 4-3 on HCAM. Be sure to check out HCAM's must-see TV Wednesdays, featuring brand new premieres and our weekly series that keeps you up to date with Hopkinton HCAM news. Also, the weekly series that breaks down your favorite local sports team, HCAM Sports Talk, and the show that keeps you up to date on the Tri-Valley League, TVL Sportsnet. That's must-see TV Wednesdays on HCAM. Top of the sixth inning. The Hillers coming up to the plate. They're the visiting team in this championship game. Franklin trying to defend their title in the Rich Pedroli tournament. They won it last year. Hillers won it in 2023 as Calmahan steps to the plate. And takes that pitch inside, 1-0. Mahan 0 for 2 today. He's flown out a pair of times. Silverstein still out there for Franklin. And he seems to continue to have good velocity despite having thrown 69 pitches. As that pitch outside, 2-0. He's really been the top starter for this Franklin team. He's pitched very well this season. 2-1 the count. Coming into the tournament, he's thrown 42 2/3 of an innings, and he's 4-3 with a 1.48 ERA. Yeah, that pitch down low, 3-1. Their other key starter on Franklin is Zach Weiner is currently at second base. He's 3-2 with 34 Ks and 35.2 innings pitched and a 2.36 ERA. And we saw a little bit of Zach Weiner's pitching skills in yesterday's win for Franklin. And he was able to get a piece to stay alive there. Count remains full. Hit in the air, foul out of play. Set to deliver. And this is up the middle, picked up by the shortstop. Throw to first, they got him. 6-3 for out number 1. And that's going to bring up the DH, Michael Sullivan, who has been hit by a pitch and grounded out so far today. Does look like Franklin is starting some warm-up action. And that's low and outside. And this is going to be hit in the air towards center field, and it's caught. Battling the sun to make the catch, Cole Sidwell for out number 2. Now Andrew Bauschman set to step in. Oh, and 1 the count. Wind up and the pitch. And that's a strike, 0-2. And this is hit in the air left side towards the fence, and that's going to drop and go over the fence for a ground rule double. And the left fielder practically ran through the fence. And that should be a ground rule double. That did land in the field of play and hop over. But the outfielder took down the fence there, so they'll have to see if they could fix that. And it was a great effort by Owen Panini, but not so great for the outfield defense. But the Hillers are going to have a runner in scoring position. There is 2 outs, however. Due up next, you got Zach Stacy. And they're going to try to repair that outfield fence. And they put it right back up, and looks like it's okay. But Bauschman nearly left the ballpark there, landed just in front of it, and then hopped over. What a great piece of hitting by Bauschman. And the wind really starting to pick up here. We had the tent lifting behind us. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Set to deliver. And that pitch outside, 2-1. Well, we had some rain, we had some sun, now we need some wind. Get a little bit of everything here during the Pedroli tournament. And this is going to be hit up the left side, and that's going to get through. Here comes the game-tying run, and this game is tied, and he's going to keep going to third base, and that is going to be an RBI triple for Zach Stacy. And wow, Zach Stacy having quite a tournament. He's 3 for 3 today. And he is aboard at third base with the game-tying triple. Gabe Cafazzo to the plate. We're knotted up at 4 apiece. And he absolutely crushed that ball. Really rolled a long way. Stacy also having a great day yesterday against Natick. Went 1 for 4 with an RBI. It was a big RBI. And we got we got Travis Rich hitting for Cafazzo. And Rich swing and a miss there. 1-1. I'll tell you, despite all the rain and wild weather, there's been some great baseball during this tournament, as that's fouled off. 4 great programs participating. Lincoln, Sudbury, and Natick. They were in the consolation game earlier. And it was Natick taking the win in the consolation game. 8-5 final in that one. Lincoln Sudbury tried to have a late comeback, but came up just a little short. A strikeout here as Rich goes down by way of the K, but a job well done. Andrew Bauschman, a ground rule double, followed up by a Zach Stacy RBI triple. And this game is tied at 4 apiece. We head to the bottom of the 6th on HCAM. HCAM programming is brought to you in part by Weston Nurseries. Weston Nurseries has been selling plants since 1923 and features locations in Hopkinton, Lincoln, Hingham, and Chelmsford. You can visit them online at westonnurseries.com. Bottom of the 6th inning. A new pitcher for the Hillers. Travis Rich out there on the hill. taking over for a good pitching performance by Dylan Ruff. Owen Panini at the plate. Set for the 1-0 pitch. And that pitch little low, 2-0. Ooh, that was close. They're going to say it missed. Three and 0 the count. And the walk drawn. Nope. Called it a strike. It's the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up for Franklin, as they look to break the 4-4 tie. And a walk there. Well, that's going to bring up Cole Sidwell, the center fielder. Sidwell so far has walked and had an RBI single in the 3rd inning, which drove in Sean Kryzak. And he's going to bunt here, and it's foul. And they're trying to move that runner into scoring position. Got Panini at first base. Sidwell at the plate, 0-1 count. Check it at first. Runner back safe. There's a bunt, foul. Checking at first, and runner back safe. There's warm-up action for Franklin. There's a strike, and he got him. One away. That's going to bring up Ryan Conley. Ryan Conley 0 for 2 so far today. And that pitch got away. Throw to second. He got him. What a great throw from Calvin Mahan to get Owen Panini trying to steal, and there's 2 away. Those 2 great things Calvin Mahan did on that play. Was able to keep that pitch in front of him that was a little low, dug it up. Perfect throw to second. And he is able to get Panini for the second out. Swing and a miss, 1-1. There's also been some great defensive plays made during this tournament. That pitch outside. Two and one the count. There's a strike, 2-2. It was a pretty good day for Dylan Ruff. He went 5 innings, giving up 5 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. Now Zach Stacy in there, and that pitch a tad inside, full count. And this is hit in the air, right side, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. So a two-out single there for Conley. And that'll bring up Drake McAlpine, the third baseman. McAlpine 0 for 2 today. Set to deliver. And in there for a strike. 0-1. And it looks like we're going to have a timeout here. All right, and the timeout was we have a pinch runner at first base, James Amaru, in the game to pinch run for Ryan Conley. 0-1 count, that's fouled away. 0-2. Two outs in the inning. After Cole Sidwell struck out, a great throw to second base from Calvin Mahan to get Owen Panini trying to steal. That pitch outside, runner from first takes off and has the stolen base, but it won't matter. That's strike 3. And we are heading to the 7th inning with a 4-4 tie. Hillers coming up next in the top of the 7th on HCAM. top of the 7th inning, and it looks like we could have another epic finish in a Pedroli tournament game. Wind up in the pitch to James Hayward is a ball, 1-0. That wind continuing to whip around, the wind picking up significantly more since this game has started. We nearly had our tent blow away and had to use some methods to hold it down as this is driven into right field. That's going to be a nice base hit to start things off for James Hayward and the Hillers. And that is going to bring up the top of the order. Dylan Ruff set to step to the plate. Well, Dylan Ruff, 1 for 3 today, doubled and scored a run back in the second, checking at first, runner back safe. Well, the Hillers, they like to take risks on the base pass, but with the game tied in the 7th inning, you got to be careful here. You want to keep the momentum in your favor. And that pitch slightly outside, 1-0. Silverstein set to deal. There's a strike. 1-1. Slight lead at first base by Hayward. And this is hit in the air towards center field, and that's dropped for a base hit. Hayward around second. He's heading to third, and he's going to head home. The throw in is cut off, and the Hillers take the lead. Dylan Ruff with an RBI double. And that'll make it a 5-4 Hiller lead in the top of the 7th. And don't forget, Franklin is the home team since they are last year's tournament champions. And Nick Pedroli, they're going to automatically walk Nick Pedroli. So the intentional walk. And that'll bring up Mitch Simulus. We're going to have a little chat on the mound, and that could be the day for Silverstein. He's thrown 95 pitches, so we'll see if they take him out. It doesn't look like he's taking the baseball yet. Oh, there is somebody else running out, so I think he's going to be coming out of the game. But we'll let Franklin talk about it, and we'll come back and let you know what happened. You are tuned in to the Pedroli Tournament Championship on HCAM. Top of the 7th inning, and the Hillers have taken the 5-4 lead. James Hayward scoring on a RBI double by Dylan Ruff. And the funny thing is, James Hayward is who scored the game-winning run last night for the Hillers on the Nick Pedroli game-winning hit into right field. So Hayward scores the winning run last night and potentially the winning run today. We'll have to see. Franklin will still have their 3 outs in the bottom of the inning. But at least for now, he has scored the go-ahead run. Wind up and the pitch. And that's fouled into the backstop. Well, this Hiller batting order, they've been just hitting well during this tournament. And especially the 3 up top and the 3 down the bottom. They've all been great with the bats. And the new pitcher for the Franklin Panthers is Justin Tremblay. He's a senior. And he's in there to try to get Franklin out of this inning without any further harm. And he comes in for DJ Silverstein, who pitched a very nice game. Silverstein went 6 innings, giving up 9 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, and had 5 strikeouts. Wind up and the pitch. Bunt pulled back. So you got Dylan Ruff at second base, and then the intentional walk to Nick Pedroli. So he's at first base. No outs in the inning, so the Hillers could add a little security, and they certainly would like to. And it's a bunt. Rolls up the left side in fair territory. Throw to first. Not in time. Everybody's safe. That was just a perfect bunt by Mitch Simulus. And he is aboard. Pedroli up to second. Ruff up to third. And now we got Cal Mahan to the plate. What a beauty of a bunt by Simulus. Hiller is in business. Bases loaded, no outs. Check in at third, runner back safe. Wind up and the pitch. There's a strike. Set to deliver. And a breaking pitch in there for strike 2. That's some nasty movement on it. 0-2 the count. And there is further warm-up action for Franklin. Shall Tremblay run into any trouble? And that pitch a little outside. And that pitch is going to get him. So he does get the strikeout. 1 away. But now coming up to the plate, Michael Sullivan. Well, Sullivan 0 for 2 today, and he's been hit by a pitch. But this is someone that you like at the plate right now if you're a Hiller. And he gets a piece of this towards the fence, and that's going to drop in left center. 1 run is in, 2 runs are in, 3 runs are in. A 3 RBI double for Michael Sullivan. And that is just what the Hillers wanted. Dylan Ruff in to score, Nick Pedroli in to score, Mitch Simulus in to score. And the Hillers add some very good insurance. They lead it 8-4. And we'll get a pinch runner for Sullivan. Andrew Bauschman due up at the plate, but what a great piece of hitting that was. Chris Wheeler into pinch run for Sullivan. Sullivan drops it right in the gap, rolled all the way to the fence. And you had 3 speedsters on base, and they all scored with ease. Wind up and the pitch. And a little outside there. And Bauschman had a double and scored a run last inning. Set to deliver outside. Takes a look at second and deals, and this is driven up the right side. What a catch by the second baseman, and he's going to double him up. And that was just an instance of being in the right place at the right time. Zach Weiner pulls it down, tags second base to get Sullivan. That'll wrap up the inning, but the Hillers plate not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 runs. And they now lead it 8-4 and have Franklin down to their final 3 outs as we head to the bottom of the 7th on HCAM. Bottom of the 7th inning, Franklin down to their final 3 outs as the Hillers have taken an 8-4 lead. They played 4 runs in the top of the 7th, and now they got Matt Pedroli out there on the hill to try to end this game and give the Hillers the Rich Pedroli Memorial Tournament Championship title. So Matt Pedroli on the hill to try to close it out. And the first pitch to Matt Lucchini is a strike. Matt Lucchini out there to pinch hit for the catcher, Joey Godwin. A 1-1 count. Well, they bring in Matt Pedroli to try to close out the Pedroli tournament. No relation to the great Rich Pedroli, who was a editor for the Daily News, the Metro West Daily News, and is well known around the high school sports world for his fantastic work. As this is going to be hit up the middle, and that'll trickle in. So that's going to be a leadoff single. And now it's top of the order for the Franklin Panthers. Due up next, Jack Sullivan. And we'll get a pinch runner, it looks like, for Franklin. And the pinch runner is going to be, well, he has the last name George, I can tell you that. I'm actually not seeing him on the roster. He may have been a late call-up. And he is unlisted on the roster, but George in the game to pinch run. So it is a runner on first, no outs. And the umpires, I think, just getting the pinch run situation under wraps. And here we go. It's Matt Pedroli trying to close it out. Hillers lead it by 4. Runner on first, however, and no outs. Top of the order for Franklin. Jack Sullivan at the plate. He's 0 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch. Runner taking off, and an easy steal. So now a runner in scoring position for Franklin. And that pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. I don't see anyone warming up for the Hillers, so I think this is Pedroli's game to finish, and this is going to be up the middle, glove by the second baseman, throw to first to get the out. So 4-3 out, and George advances to third base. So runner on third for Franklin, Zach Weiner to the plate. It was Travis Rich making the throw over. Took over at second base. Well, the sun now glaring down on the field. And we'll see if it'll be a sunny championship win for the Hillers. There's a strike, 0-1. Weiner's had a nice day at the plate. He has walked and has a pair of singles. He's also scored a pair of runs. Oh, did he hold? And they're going to say he did, 1-1. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Well, the Hillers would like to avoid a situation like last night where they ended up giving up a 5-run lead. Fortunately, they were able to plate that run on the bottom of the 7th and win it. But certainly a little bit of a tense situation at the time as that pitch was fouled away. 1-2 is the count. Set to deliver. And just a little low there. 2-2. Wind up and the pitch. And that is fouled away. Set to deliver. And this is hit in the air, left side foul out of play. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 away. Franklin down to their final out. Sean Kryzak, the right fielder, stepping in. He's 1 for 3 today with a single and a run scored. Singled back in the 3rd and ended up scoring one of the 2 Franklin runs. That put him ahead 4-3 at the time. Hillers tied it up in the 6th and added 4 more in the top of this 7th inning. That pitch outside, 1-0. Well, if the Hillers get the win here, they'll improve to 14-7 overall. 1 out away from doing just that. Hit in the air, foul, out of play, 1-1. Oh, he hits the batter. That's going to put 2 runners on base for Franklin with 2 outs. That one getting away from Pedroli a little bit. And now that's going to bring up a dangerous hitter, the DH. Pat Louisi. Certainly have to be careful here. Yeah, perhaps maybe a little warning to both sides. Wind up and the pitch. There is a strike. Wind up and the pitch. And a little high there. 1-1. And a runner from first took the easy steal to second. So runners on second and third now. That pitch outside, 2-1. Well, you don't want to give up a walk here. If you're the Hillers, you want to try to avoid that. Pedroli with the leg lift and the pitch. Outside, 3-1. Well, I'll tell you, there's been some good suspense in this tournament. And a little more here, because why not? And the walk is drawn. Bases loaded for Franklin. The tying run coming to the plate. Owen Panini set to step in. And he is having a pretty good day at the plate. He is 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a walk. Well, Matt Pedroli just needs to throw strikes there. And Coach Anderson wants a word. He's going to have a little chat with Matt Pedroli. Of course, he got his older brother Nick Pedroli in center field. Set to deliver. And a strike. Got a little piece of it. 0-1. Well, I wonder if those words from Coach Anderson were along the lines of just throw strikes. Ooh. That one was close, but the umpire didn't like it. 1-1. And this is hit up the middle. Glove by the shortstop. Throw to second, gets away. And everybody's going to be safe. A run in to score. Well, an error there. Ruff trying to get it over to second base, and it just got away. So Panini reaches on the error, and it's an 8-5 game. Bases remain loaded for Franklin. Cole Sidwell at the plate. He is 1 for 2 with a walk. 1-0 count. He hits this one in the air, and that is going to drop into right center. One run is in. Second runner being waved around, and the throw home, and he's safe. They score all 3 runs, and just like that, this game is tied. And a 3 RBI double for Cole Sidwell. Kryzik, Luisi, and Panini all around to score. And that is just unbelievable. Well, a new pitcher coming in with the game tied at 8. 2 outs in the inning. We'll step aside on HCAM. Well, Nick Pedroli now in the game. We're tied at 8. A 3 RBI double for Cole Sidwell. And Franklin has tied it up. They were down to their final out, and the reason Cole Sidwell got up to the plate, an error to get a force out at second base, a bad throw by the shortstop to get the force out. And it's a brand new ball game. Franklin with a chance to win. And that pitch is inside. Runner from second heading to third. He's safe. Runner on third now for the Panthers. Well, certainly disappointing for the Hillers, but game not over yet. You got to get out of this inning, get some runs. Hit in the air, right side. And it is foul off the Franklin dugout. At a play. That was Matt Pedroli in there before, and the game should have been over, but you make that error trying to get that force out at second base. You rush the throw. And if you give this Panthers team a chance, they're good. They could make you pay. 2-1 the count. Now Ryan Conley at the plate trying to win it and knock that run in from third. Nick Pedroli has other ideas. Hit in the air towards center field, and it is caught by James Hayward, and we are heading to extra innings as the Franklin Panthers plate 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th. To the top of the 8th we go on HCAM. top of the 8th inning. This game approaching the 3-hour mark as we head into extras. 7, 8, and 9 hitters due up for the Hillers. Zach Stacy, Gabe Cafazzo, James Hayward. It's Justin Tremblay out there for Franklin for another inning. The Panthers certainly pumped up after the Hillers score 4 runs in the top of the 7th, thinking they got some good insurance. The Panthers respond as this is driven up the left side foul. And there's been some just wild drama in this Pedroli tournament this year. This is one for the ages. 0-2 the count. You had all kinds of rain and crazy weather. You had a venue change, last-minute venue change. And so, of course, you got to have the championship game going to extra innings as well. Oh, 2 on Zach Stacy. Wind up and the pitch. And did he go? Yes, he did, says the umpire. 1 away. That'll bring up, well, Gabe Cafazzo's due up next. It's going to be Travis Rich stepping in. So Rich steps in, hoping to get something going for the Hillers. Swing and a miss. Yeah, gets it. Swing and a miss there, 0-2. Well, against an opponent like Franklin, when you make those errors, you're going to end up paying a hefty price sometimes. The Hillers still have a chance if they could get something going here. Swing and a miss, and the throw down, no problem, 2 away. James Hayward set to step to the plate. Well, if anyone could get something going, it's James Hayward. He singled and scored a run last inning and started the rally, the 4-run rally for the Hillers. And he gets a piece of this one. Slow roller, left side, picked up by the third baseman, not in time. James Hayward aboard with an infield single. Nice piece of hitting there. Now it's top of the order for the Hillers. Dylan Ruff set to step to the plate. Well, Dylan Ruff had a nice hit last inning and scored one of the 4 runs. Outside. Well, this is the part of the order you want up if you're the Hillers. Of course, you'd prefer if there wasn't 2 outs. Tremblay delivers outside. Runner from first taking off the throw. They got him. Caught stealing is Hayward, and talk about a momentum killer. You had a little momentum going. You had top of the order up, and you send the runner and get caught stealing. And we are heading to the bottom of the 8th on HCAM. Bottom of the 8th inning, stepping to the plate, Drake McAlpine, the third baseman for Franklin. Well, James Hayward caught stealing to wrap up the top of the inning. A little bit of a questionable move with Dylan Ruff at the plate to send Hayward and take that risk. And we may have a pinch hitter here. See what's going on. And it looks, that is indeed going to be McAlpine coming up. So the Panthers, they are looking to walk off here against the Hillers after overcoming a 4-run deficit in the bottom of the 7th. That pitch from Pedroli outside. 1-0. Another outside pitch, 2-0. Well, the Hillers had a dramatic win last night. We'll see who gets one today. Hit in the air, and it is going to be caught by the shortstop. One away, and that'll bring up the catcher. Is due up, but we'll see who is going to hit for him. There's Dylan Ruff making that last catch, and it will indeed be Joey Godwin. He was pinch hit for last time up, but it looks like it will be Joey this time through. And there, a little stoppage to fix the outfield fence. It blew over. The wind is picked up here in these later innings. Yeah, a little bit of rain starting again, because why not? Rain starting to fall once again. Well, it's still sunny. What a wild day this has been, folks. A wild game, wild weather, and we're going to have a wild finish, one way or the other. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Well, it was Nick Pedroli who came in to close it out last night for the Hillers and get him out of the comeback from Natick. Natick scored 5 runs in that final inning, that pitch inside. So he's been your reliable guy to go out there and try to get you out of situations. That's fouled off. 2-2. Well, he could do that with the bat or on the mound. And he's been a very valuable pitcher for the Hillers. I don't think they intended on using him both those times, but certainly needed him in those situations. As this is hit in the air over towards center field, that's going to drop. A 1-out single for the catcher, Joey Godwin. And now you got top of the order, Jack Sullivan coming to the plate. And we'll get a courtesy runner out there for Godwin. And they're going to bring in Harry George to pinch run. And Coach Anderson out there in the meantime for a little chat with Nick Pedroli. His younger brother Matt Pedroli came in trying to close it out in the 7th, but an error extended the inning, and then you had a 3 RBI double from Cole Sidwell to tie the game up at 8 apiece. And now Franklin with a runner on first, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Checking at first, runner back safe. We saw Pedroli very easy with the throw over. You don't want any mistakes to allow these Franklin runners to advance, and that one nearly got away, but a good job by Mitch Simulus pulling it in. That pitch outside, 1-0. And they're really going to keep an eye on that runner. They know Franklin likes to steal in this situation and get that runner in scoring position. And the throw over, slides back. Keeping him on a tight leash over at first base. Wind up and the pitch. Outside, 2-0. Well, you got to be careful about the runner at first, but you also got to be careful not to give up a walk. And that is going to be a little trickler. Throw to first, and they get him. But he does get the runner to second, but there is 2 outs. And here comes the heavy wind to try to blow the tent over once again. And it looks like there was some debate amongst the umpires. And I think it was, I think they were questioning if the ball was fair or foul. And it looks like maybe they're changing the call to a foul ball rather than fair along the first baseline. So they're going to send Sullivan back to the plate, and they'll send the base runner back to first. They're going to rule it a foul ball. Swing and a miss there. 2-2. And he got him. Second out of the inning, a strikeout for Jack Sullivan. And Zach Weiner to the plate. And a back pick towards first, or at least he motioned a back pick, held on to the ball. 1-0. There's a strike. 1-1. Well, Zach Weiner has reached base 3 times, walked in a pair of singles. 2 for 3 on the day. Has also scored a pair of runs. Takes that one low. 2-1 the count. Check in, runner slides back. And there's a strike, 2-2. And foul tip there. Set to deliver. And that pitch low, runner taking off, stolen base. Well, you got Godwin now, or the pinch runner for Godwin in scoring position. Full count. Swing and a miss, and the Hillers get out of it. We are heading to the top of the ninth. Coming up next on HCAM. Top of the ninth inning. An 8-8 game. Hillers got out of the bottom of the eighth, and now they got top of the order coming up in the top of the ninth. Dylan Ruff stepping to the plate. And if you remember, it was James Hayward caught stealing that wrapped up the top of the eighth. So the good news is the Hillers got a good part of the batting order coming up. Wind up and the pitch. And he's hit with a pitch. Lead man on for the Hillers. And that's going to bring up Nick Pedroli. Well, the Franklin has had warm-up action, so you wonder what the leash is going to be with Justin Tremblay. He's out there for his third inning of work. Checking at first, and he slides back safe. Pedroli had a home run earlier in the game, back in the second inning. which at this point seems like quite a while ago. It was a 3-run blast to drive in Stacy and Ruff, in addition to himself, of course. Boy, would the Hillers like another one of those right here. And this is up the middle, glove by the shortstop, flip to second for one, throw to first, and they double them up, 6-4-3. Mitch Simulus due up next. And Coach Anderson doesn't like the call at first. He's going to have some words. It was close. As the wind starting to pick up more and more as we progress through these later afternoon hours. And the umps are going to talk about this. We have seen a couple call changes during the course of this tournament. Will we get one here? Well, a big thank you to Denise Ontaki and John Ritz for their help throughout the tournament. And of course, Wally Henneberry calling a great game this morning. And we've had to deal with quite a bit covering this tournament. A lot of wild weather, and right now some wild wind and some very wild games. But that part of it is okay, the wild games. The wind and rain, not so much. But a huge thank you to Wally, John, and Denise, as this is hit in the air towards the fence. And that is over the fence, but did it land in the field of play? Yes, it did. So it bounces over, and that is a ground-ruled double for Mitch Simulus. So Simulus is aboard. There is 2 outs in the inning. And coming up to the plate, you got Calvin Mahan. But a nice piece of hitting there by Mitch Simulus. And that was almost out of here. It landed right in front of the fence. It might have even rolled under. In any case, the Hillers looking for a hit here to score the go-ahead run. Calvin Mahan 0 for 4 today. Michael Sullivan due up next. Shall Mahan reach? There's a strike, 1-1. Center up the hitter and the pitcher. And there's a strike, 1-2. And this is up the left side, picked up by the third baseman. Throw to first, they get the out. 5-3 for out number 3, and we are heading to the bottom of the 9th. Franklin Panthers coming up in the Pedroli Tournament Championship game. We are in extra innings on HCAM. This program is brought to you in part by TVLSports.net. You can view the standings, stories, pictures, highlights, and more about the 12 teams in the Tri-Valley League at TVLSports.net. TVLSports.net is an independent news and media website reporting on the TVL and is not associated with the MIAA, Tri-Valley League, or any town or school. Bottom of the ninth inning, we are tied at 8 apiece, and Franklin a chance to walk off. 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up. Sean Kryzik, Pat Luisi, and Owen Panini. And out there on the hill, Nick Pedroli continues for his, he's worked 2+ innings now, came in to get that last out after Franklin tied it in the bottom of the 7th, and has pitched the 8th and now into the 9th. It's most likely his game to win or lose here. Sean Kryzik at the plate, and 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up for Franklin. This is the part of the lineup they want. Hit in the air, fouled away. 0-2 the count. And this is going to be a little trickler up the left side. Throw to first. And they get the out. 5-3 for out number 1. Pat Luisi to step to the plate. Well, after this Pedroli tournament, these teams are probably going to feel like they played a state tournament. There's been a lot of baseball over the past couple of days. It looks like we got a pinch hitter coming to the plate. And it is going to be Lambert stepping in. Oh, and to the count. A couple strikes to start things off with Lambert. It's Cam Lambert. That pitch misses, 1-2. And that's fouled away. And this is ripped up the right side, dropped by the first baseman. Lambert's aboard. Well, that was a hard hit ball, tough to make a play on. And that will go down as a single. Owen Panini set to step to the plate. Winning run at first base for Franklin. Breaking pitch inside. Now this game has surpassed the 3-hour mark. We had about a 12:55 start. It's now 4:08. That pitch is a ball, 2-0. Another long one. Certainly a fun game, but a stressful game, especially if you're a Hiller fan. 2-1 the count. Wind up in the, no, he's going to check it at first. Runner take it off, throw to second, gets away, and he's safe. Runner in scoring position. Franklin trying to manufacture up that run to win it. And the wind just continuing to go crazy here in these later afternoon hours. Big thanks to John for Doing some extra work to secure the tent. 2-1 the count. Down low, 3-1. Well, if you're Nick Pedroli, you just got to throw strikes here. Certainly easier said than done. Nick Pedroli has done a nice job in relief, but was put into a tough situation. 3-2 the count. And this is hit in the air, right side, and foul out of play. Count remains full. Swing and a miss. Out number 2. 1 out away from heading to the 10th inning. Will we get there? We'll find out. Dangerous hitter at the plate, Cole Sidwell. He had the 3 RBI double to tie the game. He tied the game back in the 7th, and he can win it here in the 9th. Will he do so? Oh, and actually it was an automatic walk. So an intentional walk to Sidwell. And now you got Ryan Conley. And that pitch a strike, 0-1. So they put Sidwell on first. Runners on first and second now. Yeah, probably a smart move considering Sidwell has been a pest for the Hillers. Had an RBI single in the 3rd, the 3 RBI double in the 7th. So they put him on, and I think they like their odds a little better with Conley, but he's certainly a pretty good hitter as well. The 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Well, one thing you certainly don't want to do here is give up a walk. And that's fouled into the backstop, 2-2. Well, some darker looking clouds starting to move back in. Perhaps we'll see a little more rain before this game comes to an end. The 2-2 pitch. And he got him! No! Wow, they're going to say he didn't go. It looked like he went to me. right, so they say it didn't go. 3-2 count. And this is up the middle, and the throw home, and he got him. So they try to send the runner home. They get him. And we are heading to the 10th inning on HCAM. Top of the 10th inning, and I don't recall many high school games going into 10 innings, but here we are. Stepping in for the Hillers, Michael Sullivan, as the rain starts back up a little bit. And still in there pitching is Justin Tremblay for Franklin. 1-0 the count. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Sullivan, as the rain starts back up a little bit. Wind up and the pitch. Down low. 2-1. Well, the Hillers do have an interesting part of the batting order up with Michael Sullivan, Andrew Bauschman, Zach Stacy due up. 3 guys that have hit the ball well. And this is up the left side. Fair ball, throw over. And they get him. Ooh, Sullivan get tripped over the first baseman's leg there. But they get him 5-3 for the out. Andrew Bauschman due up next. Yeah, Bauschman 1 for 4 today. That pitch outside, 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Leg lift and the pitch. Down low. Tom Nappy on the call with you. Denise Antaki on camera. And a big thank you to John Ritz for helping us out as well. And Wally Henneberry throughout the course of this tournament. Swing and a miss there. And it has certainly been, I'd imagine, one of the longest Pedroli Memorial Day weekend tournaments. And one of the most wild, as this is up the left side, throw over, and it pulled the first baseman off the bag, but he lands back down, 5-3 for out number 2. Zach Stacy due up next. And this is ripped up the left side. That'll get in. 2-out single for Stacy, who just continues to hit the ball extremely well. He's 4 for 5 today. And now we'll see who's stepping in now. It's going to be Travis Rich. Down low. Checking at first. Runner back safe. Yeah, I think if you're the Hillers after what happened a couple innings ago, you don't want to take any risks on the base pass, really. You need all the base runners you can get. Outside. 2-0. But with 2 outs, it wouldn't totally surprise me if they take a risk. But with this part of the batting order and how well they've been hitting, I think you got to let them hit. Outside, gets away, runner from first going to take off. So, Stacy advances on the wild pitch. And it's a 3-0 count. So first base wide open and could get 2 guys on with James Hayward due up. And this is hit in the air to center field and caught. Well, I'm surprised he swung on a 3-0 count, but he did, and that's the 3rd out, and we'll head to the bottom of the 10th on HCAM. Bottom of the 10th inning. Franklin with their fourth chance to walk off with the Pedroli tournament for their second straight season in a row. They won it last year, and that's why they're the home team in this championship game, and they're trying to win it again. They overcame a 8-4 deficit in the bottom of the 7th to tie the game, and here we are in the bottom of the 10th as Jake McAlpine at the plate. Nick Pedroli still out there trying to get the Hillers through yet another inning. He has pitched 2 1/3, and this is going to be driven in the air to the fence, and that's going to drop into center field. McAlpine is going to trot to second base with a stand-up double. And a good piece of hitting there by the third baseman. He was 0 for 4 previously, but gets a big hit there. And now the winning run on second base for Franklin. Joey Godwin, the catcher, due up next. And we're going to get a pinch runner, it looks like. Into the game is Ruben Cacavelli to pinch run. Now the Hiller infielders playing in on the corners in case of a bunt attempt. Franklin does have warm-up action just in case we go further. There's your bunt, fouled away. 0-1. Oh, with no outs, runner on second, I would say swing away. We'll see if Franklin tries to bunt again. Godwin awaits the pitch and a little high. 1-1. It is a bunt into the backstop, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Pedroli has thrown 51 pitches so far. And a bunt for a strike and an out. 1 away. Top of the order now for Franklin. Jack Sullivan due up. Yeah, I'm not sure why you try to bunt there, especially with 2 strikes. You know, if you just make contact, get one into the outfield, you push the winning run up to third. So definitely some question marks with that decision. There's been a number of question marks in this game by both sides as that pitch is outside. 0-1 the count. Well, Jack Sullivan, chance to knock in the winning run here. And the runner goes back to the bag. Outside. Starting to rain slightly again. Gotta have the rain for the perhaps a very dramatic ending. Here's the 1-1. Hit in the air to left field, and it is caught. Runner stays put at second base, 2 away. Zach Weiner stepping to the plate. Now this game has now surpassed the 3.5-hour mark. And no throw by Pedroli. Smart move there. Don't give them any avenues to try to advance the runner without getting a hit. And Coach Anderson wanted a word with Pedroli. Zach Weiner, 2 for 4 today with a walk. He has scored a pair of runs. That pitch outside, 1-0. Oh, and a wild pitch there, 2-0. Nice job by Calvin Mahai keeping it in front of him. Rain starting up again as we await the 2-0 pitch. Outside, that grabs the outer corner, 2-1. In there, 4 strike, 2-2. Miller is 1 strike away from sending it to the 11th inning. Hit in the air, foul out of play. Look out, cars. Well, Pedroli certainly has come up big for the Hillers in this tournament, regardless of what happens in this game. He's come up big for this Hiller team all season long. Wind up and the pitch, and this is up the middle, glove by the second baseman, throw to first. 4-3, 4 out number 3. The skies open up, and we are heading to the 11th inning with the game tied at 8 apiece on HCAM. Top of the 11th inning. As we continue on, new pitcher for Franklin, Greg Bono is out there. He's a senior. James Hayward at the plate for the Hillers. And hopefully this is the last inning. My score sheet all out of innings. We'll have to start a new score sheet. That pitch outside, 1-1. The skies have opened up again, and absolute downpours out there. And he hits the batter. Hayward trots down at first base. Top of the order now for the Hillers. Dylan Ruff set to step in. And there's a bunt up the third base side. Throw over. And he's going to be called safe. Lead runner heading to third. Runners on the corners. For the Hillers, a great bunt by Ruff. Runners on the corners, no outs. Nick Pedroli to the plate. Well, Nick Pedroli with a chance to give the Hillers a lead. Now remember, Hillers not the home team, as Franklin's the home team, so there's going to be a bottom of the 11th regardless of what happens. That pitch outside. Well, the rain's back, and the Hillers have been playing well in the rain, so perhaps that'll have an impact here. That pitch outside, and it is really starting to pour out there now. And it looks like they didn't choose to walk Pedroli. So they had first base open, so they walked Pedroli. Mitch Simulus at the plate. Swing and a miss. Bases loaded, no outs for the Hillers. Wind up and the pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And he puts this one into left field foul. Count remains 0-2. And this is up the left side, foul.
This is where they get the best playing in with the rain.
And did that hit him? Oh no, he struck out. Grabs the inner corner, a nasty pitch there, a lot of movement. One out. Calvin Mahan due up. And he will indeed step to the plate. That pitch inside, and that is ball one. I'll tell you, Greg Bono's got some good velocity. And another strike there. One and one. Now some crazy rain. And in a crazy game as that is fouled away. 1-2. I believe this might be my first 11-inning game. I don't think I've done one of those yet. Wind up and the pitch. Ooh, inside. 2-2. Bases loaded for the Hillers. And another inside pitch there, full count. A walk would give the Hillers a go-ahead run. And the walk is drawn and a run scores. James Hayward around to score. And after all that, maybe it will be James Hayward who ends up scoring the winning run. We shall see. But the Hillers have claimed the lead, and we'll get a courtesy runner in the game for Calvin Mahan. Coming into the game to pinch run, Caleb Altman. Now the Hillers would like to add a little security. Michael Sullivan at the plate. Hits this one. Foul. Well, this is the guy you want at the plate to try to add that security. He's 1 for 4 today and was hit by a pitch. But if he gets a hold of one, he could empty the base paths. And he does get a hold of one. Up the left side, fair ball, 1 run in. Here comes another run to score. And it's going to be a 2 RBI single for Michael Sullivan. Dylan Ruff and Nick Pedroli around to score. Calvin Mahan, or the pinch runner, Caleb Altman up to third. Runners on the corners. Now, wait a minute. They're going to call it foul? They're going to call it foul. So they changed the call, and that's the second time in this game, second or third time we've seen a late call change, and he's going to strike out. So erase those 2 runs that Sullivan would have had. They called it foul. I don't know how you could change the call like that, but they do.
If it bounces inbounds and then goes out, then it's still fair game, right? I don't know.
Well, the good news is the Hillers still have the lead. Andrew Bauschman at the plate. But very surprising. I mean, that was a fair ball. Everybody thought it was, and they come back, change it, and everyone has to retreat. In any case, there's strike 2. 0-2. And a swing and a miss, and that'll be the inning. All right, well, the Hillers do have the lead. It's 9-8 as we head to the bottom of the 11th on HCAM. We are set for the bottom of the 11th inning. Hillers trying to hang on to a 9-8 lead and take home the Pedroli Tournament Championship title for their second time in 3 seasons. They won it in 2023, and last year it was Franklin getting the title, and now the Hillers want it back. So we shall see. Ryan Lang hoping to close it out, but he'll have to face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for this good Franklin Panthers lineup. Sean Kryzak steps to the plate. Ryan Lang has thrown 14 innings for the Hillers this season. And the first pitch is going to be hit in the air and caught by Pedroli. 1 away. Well, Lang has pitched in 6 games, started 3, and has a 3.00 ERA. And can certainly bring the heat, as we've seen. And let's see if he could do it here. Cleanup man at the plate. Takes a ball, 1-0. It's Pat Louisi. Actually, they got Corey Lambert in there batting for Louisi. Down low, 2-0. I think you just want to throw strikes, rely on your field. Don't try to get fancy. There's a strike, 2-1. And a strike there, 2-2. And this is chipped up the middle, picked up by the shortstop. Down to first. They get the out. A nice play there, 6-3 for out number 2. That was Dylan Ruff flashing the leather. 1 out away. Owen Panini at the plate. There's a ball slightly outside, says the home plate umpire. Franklin does have warm-up action just in case. Ball 2. Well, Lang just needs to pound that strike zone. And there's a nice strike, 2-1. Well, the Hillers weren't able to close it out in the 7th. Can they in the 11th? Wind up and the pitch. And this is up the middle, picked up by the second baseman. Throw to first, they get the out, and that's your ball game. The Hillers going to hang on for the 9-8 11-inning win in the Pedroli Championship title game. Unbelievable. What a ride it's been the last couple of days. And after giving up a 4-run lead in the bottom of the 7th, the Hillers play a few extra innings and end up taking the victory in the 11th by a final of 9-8. And they have claimed the Metro West Daily News Richard Pedroli Memorial Championship title of 2025. It was a lengthy tournament, long games, tough games, but the Hillers hung tough, and they are tournament champions in this Memorial Day weekend tournament. Unreal. What a great team effort it was. It took a little bit of everybody. But that is just about going to do it for our coverage. And before I have to wrap up, I have to give a 1,000,001 thank yous to Denise Antaki, John Ritz, and Wally Hedberry for their help covering this tournament. Denise Antaki and John Ritz, fantastic camera work. Certainly, we all worked long hours, so a big thank you to Denise, John, and Wally. But for everyone at HCAM, I am Tom Nappy. We are not going to sign off quite just yet. We're going to hold and see if there's a presentation of the championship. So with that, I am going to sign off, but we'll stay live and we'll send it down to field level. But we thank you very much for tuning in, and now we'll send it down to field level for the championship ceremonies and then sign off. Thanks again for joining us, everybody, and now we send it to the field.
It's a tiny trophy. Sorry. They want money. They want money.
After this, I'm just going to play the credits and go.
Oh, okay. Let me bring it up a little. It'd be nice if they had a trophy that they pass each year, like the Stanley Cup.
You want to zoom out and get the team?
They should have made a poster for you, Tom. 11th inning, first 11th inning.
There we go.
It's like when the girls get like
Yeah.
300 strikeouts.
itself.
Show's getting rained on.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good